hey. So, right, that's coming. That's going out to there. So, where's the French? That's going. So this is this. Right, talk me through this again.
Okay, so we're trying the English channel. We are French, but we speak English on the channel. Okay.
Alors?
Yeah, sure. So, are we going to do it? Sorry.
on va commencer là. Nous allons commencer si vous m'entendez.
We're about to start, provided you hear me. Wear some headsets, don't forget to pick up some headsets. So, can you hear me? While using headsets, you do hear me, can't you? All right, hello everyone. Dear Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, region presidents, ladies and gentlemen, I won't be long, unfortunately. I can't take part in the. I can't be during the whole meeting, and I'm very glad to have the opportunity to share this moment with you. The presence of regions and several levels of local authorities in France here at the COP26 is more than a symbol, it's a sign. Money and lots of commitment. I would like to hail the several initiatives that had been launched by regions in order to better know the effects of climate change upon their territories. I am already thinking about the creation of regional IPCCs like in the Pays de la Loire, Occitanie and Normandy. The last IPCC report last August has declined for the first time this analysis to a local level. Works have been conducted by scientists, coming up with precise data that are complementary to what has been done at the international level. It's hugely precious, this complementarity is hugely precious, and thanks to it we will be in the capacity to build new tools and new strategies. Beyond knowledge, I would like to underline the importance of actions that have been led by territories, by regions and departments in terms of adaptation and mitigations. I'll always thought, and I still think, that the local level is the most relevant one when it comes to fighting against climate change. We have several tools at that level and leverages. When it comes in terms of mobility, I would like to remind that more than 30% of greenhouse gas emissions in France are transport related, half of it being from private cars. The role played by private cars has to be lowered. This is one of the conditions in order to meet our objectives. And we have to develop, of course, collective transport and trains mainly. Soon, the regional air will be 20 years old. More and more trains in France, the creation of new services like the capacity to transport bikes, which means a significant increase of the use of public transport. This is a nice illustration of the way we can make public transport policies more efficient. Regions are also an important action when it comes to space planning. They're warrants of a balanced development, sustainable development, thanks to big programs like TRADEC. It's not through declining major leverages of that kind. I have been bearing the net zero project, and the regions are going to play a part in this fight. Sustainable space planning is also about accessible, available services in big cities, but in small cities as well. I'm thinking about public services for housing. It's a good example of a positive cooperation between the central state and regions with the fair development and France Rénov'. We are happy, and we have to go about it to the very end, because this is the leverage that will give us the possibility to act upon the level that is accountable for a quarter of our greenhouse gas emissions. I would like to underline one thing. The consultation is about talking with citizens about ecological environmental transition. It is absolutely key if we are to go about our plans and meet our objectives. The more concrete it will be, the more... We are losing sound here. This is the case when we develop massively renewable energies. It can create locally some tensions, and our role as policy makers is to create the conditions for a good debate. I would like to hail here several initiatives that have been taken by regions in order to create conventions and citizen discussions. The creation of the local energy forums, which I created, falls within this scope. I deeply believe that through this reappropriation of energy topics will be in order to rebuild a proper energy mix. I am convinced that you will be developing these points with passion during this panel. I give you the floor. Thank you for being here and taking part in this discussion. Thank you. This keynote was read.
Merci, à bientôt. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Alors, j'ai un casque emmêlé. Oh. Bon. Je peux pas. Voilà.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my headset had some problems. Well, listen, we would like to thank Mrs. Pompili for opening our event, which is very nice of her now that she's got so many obligations. There's an interministerial meeting. I have the pleasure to moderate this session, thanking Mr. Embassy for being with us. I'm not only as a moderator here, but I'm a president of the 21 Committee, because our action for years falls within the partnership with the local governments, but also we've chosen for just 4 years ago the red thread, the subject of adaptation. Red thread, yes, but important one. At this occasion, we had the pleasure to work with Climate Change that I waved to. I waved Ronald Dante, who's with us. I would like to recommend you to read this report that he's presented 2 hours ago in the press rooms on the COP26. A very interesting document. He says that's St. Thomas document. No, it's a document of the truth, I'd say, because it's a photo of the emissions, in particular in the context of all the amateurs and the local government, all the sectors. And I think that it reflects very well the general spirit of this COP26. That seems to me to be the COP of concrete things, even though we still have lots of text that we're working on. We are doing concrete things. So the 21 Committee falls within all these adaptations, and I have the pleasure to moderate for a region that is a very important region. How would I say? Before this press COP, regional COP, in other words, and we've been working with our opportunities with all the regions. So we've created, and I would like to thank Olivier Malville from the IRF excuse me, from Régions de France for rebuilding together with us this small event. And we have the pleasure, and I will introduce you our speakers at my right, Mr. Gilles SIMEONI, who is the president of the Commission of Ecological Transition of the Regions of France, and who's the president of the Council, Executive Council of the Corse Island. And then we have a lady, the only one, Agnès LANGEVINE, who's a president delegated of the Commission of Ecological Transition of the Région de France. It's growing, this Région de France. And she's the vice president of the Occitanie region, responsible for the climate, for the green climate, and she will tell us about the her subjects. Then we have Mr. Jan Verlin, who is the vice president of the Île-de-France region, who's going to tell us about COP Île-de-France that just finished. That's finished a year ago, and we have with us, and I would like to thank for being here, the general director, the director of Uranos. What the name Uranos? Mr. Alain Bourg, who is really someone who has a very extremely important role in the creation of the local IPCCs, who prepare a new event. He's going to tell us about it. So I would like to focus this event on the story of what Region have done for the adaptation, but also and also about the programs and other things that they've done. But we'll put an emphasis on the citizen participation. The Comité 21, Madame POMPILI, had opened that 4 years ago when she was at the Parliament. She made two conferences on the ecology and citizenship before she became minister. And this is interesting for us. She was saying in her speech that the local was the most adapted to this dimension, is the best one to get in touch, really get in touch with our citizens. I will pass the floor immediately to Mr. Embassy, who has a certain time constraint and who will join. He has to go to a ministry meeting, who is the Secretary General of Cité et Gouvernement in Cités Unies of Africa, represents all the local governments of Africa. So I'd like to thank him very much for being here and asking him to tell us about what the CGLU does on the questions that we've talked about, and how does he do it in a country that is such impacted by the climate change. How does he see the citizens' approach of the adaptation? He'll come and take my place, and I'll be back.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor and to give me the opportunity to take part in this panel. I find extremely important, since for us the territorial level is the one that lacks very often during climate negotiations. And for us, the fact that we organize such a panel here at the French Pavilion means and shows that France, the French Ministry of Environment, is going to insist for this level, this local level, to be taken into account during climate negotiations. With, unfortunately, isn't the case for now. I've been following negotiations, and if I'm correct, when it comes in, nothing is said. I mean, the local level isn't mentioned in the article number 6. So I hope the minister will be repeating over there today what we're saying here. As a Secretary General, I'm taking the floor today, but with humility, And by the way, Christine Tutumba, who is sitting over there, Libreville's mayor and chair of our organization, is over there. So there is Madame Amakura over there, who is the chair of the Women Network, and sitting next to her Miss Anaya, who is the chair of this of the local administrations in Togo. I've been hearing many times that women are not empowered in Africa. These three ladies are my bosses. Okay? Now, one more thing. I would like my voice to be heard. First thing, as you all know, Africa hasn't done anything for us to be in today's situation. We didn't take part in nothing. We take no responsibility. Yet Africa is paying the highest price for what's happening now. A couple of figures, because facts are needed. So take notice. In March 2019, Idai hurricane killed more than 1,000 persons in Zimbabwe and in Mozambique as well. Several fields have been destroyed. Yet another hurricane, Kenneth, has laid waste in Africa. Now we are witnessing droughts that wreak havoc on our agriculture and lead to hunger in Kenya and Somalia. We are lacking food over there at this moment because of climate change, which shows climate change is not an intellectual, an abstract matter, but one of life or death in our countries. And as I was saying, we're not the ones to blame for that situation. We are just the ones who are paying the highest price. So adaptation has gathered 1/4 of the resources that had been mobilized. If we are not to go about it, if we are not to use the opportunities created by COP26, we are insisting we want additional funds to finance adaptation more than it is the case now. Third thing, bear in mind that if we were to finance adaptation, we have to know that the landing field is always local. It's never national. It's always local. So money has to make it there, and very often nothing is written black and white at this moment. When it comes to the GCF, it doesn't take into account the local administrations. Furthermore, this fund is fully sectorial. Yet the adaptation issue, the adaptation topic is always local, not national, local, always. So how come we have no pathways to make funds reach the local level? What I wanted to say as well is that we do have here, we've been mentioning, we know local pathways. So let's make our voices heard. Together with the EU, we started the Mayors' Convention for Climate and Energy in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, together with the Regions and Municipalities Council in Europe. And as we saw, after we drew some plans, we came up with some plans, but it didn't go beyond the project phase. So let's make contributions bear and bring and meet the expectations that we feed. As we saw, without solidarity, it doesn't work. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 has slowed things. But COVID-19 also showed that alone we mean nothing. That's only together do we stand. So our words have to build a certain vision of world resilience, so that these words, our words, have to be word and have to bear transition, have to push forward transition. Since 2019, if we were to keep on doing like the EU or the United States of America, we would need 4 planets. And changes can't start from being based on a model that is fossil fuels related. So let's give the floor to Africans for their voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I knew, Mr. Secretary, that wouldn't be just talking for talking. So you are at the level of your reputation. I'd say we will forgive you and thank you very much for being with us. I know the audience waiting for you now, and it's very important now to carry the message that you've just sent to us. Nobody moves now. Will there be less movement then? I would like now to illustrate our subject by what is going to be said by Mr. SIMEONI. The Corsica is an island. Mr. SIMEONI knows it very well. It turns out that it's a big island. At the same time, small islands are very important here for the COP26. Apart from what you are going to tell us about the engagement of the collectivity of Corsica on the climatic problems, on the adaptation and so on, you've created an adaptation plan with 56 measures. I don't want you to quote all of them. I would just love to have your, how would I say, your feelings on, without talking politics. Otherwise, the minister will catch me and put me aside. How come you can have the same feelings that the small islands? When you talk about citizenship, do your citizens feel this certain community, spiritual community with the residents of small islands? Mrs. President, Mrs. President, and Mr. President, thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for giving us the occasion to speak for a few minutes. I will be very short. Very interesting things that you've said. I would like to say that I so agree with what Mr. Embassy said, because he's sending us to what is the most important in the COP and in the public actions. This duty of solidarity and humanity. It allows us also to make our problems more relative, because we are dealing with problems that deal with the whole planet. So if we, when you hear the representatives from Africa, and they remind us, first of all, that they live the present situation while they had not contributed to it at all. At the same time, they are not taken in consideration, that I not even listened. So it comes back to this solidarity duty. And the second point, all the problems are interconnected. In order to solve this one, there is a need to articulate the different levels. There is one thing with which I'm particularly, I agree with him on all the points, but one in particular, the necessity to lay on regions and the local level. You cannot find the climate change, the global warming, and deal with resilience if you're not close to citizens, to local communities. And this is something we want to say here today. For the Région de France, for example, there's the co-president. We work together with Agnès, who has been the president before, and also with the help of precious help from Olivier Marneville. Yes, there's a lot to be done, and we need this level, regional level. The speech of the president was very open and very constructive, I'd say. The only reserve I could do is that the words, will that translate into actions? This is a question that always comes back during all the COPs. You say, you give objectives. What are the concrete means to deal with these objectives? I'll finish by saying that it's a global panorama. The islands have their special problems. Big islands, small islands. You don't deal with energy problems in a system of non-connected island system, insular system. It's not the same than on the continent. You don't talk about transportation, maritime and air transport. In the case of the islands compared to what is happening on the continent. The Corsica, for example, that depends on by 35% of tourism, while the national average is 7%. How do you help us to build clean transport, air transport and maritime transport, knowing that the boats and planes are the only ways to ensure connection between the island and the continent? Last thing, the citizens. There shouldn't be those who are not present. They have to be present. We've tried in Corsica to reinforce the consultation instances with a special council of air and climate and energy that works fine. That's a place that unites opposite visions. That all that means makes the things move, maybe not fast enough. Now the question is, will this COP allow to concretize these engagements and to go farther? Because we feel this needs to be the most important. Mr. President, could you tell us a word about your adaptation plan? The climate adaptation in Corsica, very concretely. We have major challenges, short-term and strategic. First, energy. We've seen the recent report that was given. We're an island, not interconnected, and we depend a lot from the production from fuel. So for an island on Mediterranean Sea, that's a situation that we cannot accept. Corsica had been the first region of France, not administratively speaking, the first territory of France to sign a PPE with a very ambitious project to become independent energetically before 2050. So this is mastering the energy, developing new energy, renewable energies. So these are the new problems at our level. We're trying to do it at local level with challenges that are social, very important social challenges. We have 20% of the population who lives under the level of poverty. 1/3 lives under the energy precarity conditions. So it's everything, habitats, cheap habitats, life quality. So energy is a major challenge. Second one, Corsica, a real water resource in Mediterranean Sea. We know how strategic it is. I mean water, because the analysis says that many countries will be connected to access to water. Up till a few years ago, we were a source of water in the Mediterranean, and then we went through droughts with a level of waters, marine waters, that go up with new pathologies like fires that we've never had before. So we're asking again ourselves what our model is worth in terms of organization. For the collectivity, for example, we're building a new service responsible to fight against the global the warming and to translate it into local politics. So the citizens have to think about how they behave, and beyond the measures, we need to rethink our economic and social model, because if we don't do it, this will fail, and our will is not to fail but to succeed. Thank you very much.
We see precisely, thanks to your intervention, to which extent mitigation and adaptation are linked. We sometimes oppose them, but they come together. There is no discrepancy between them. There shouldn't be any discrepancy between one and another. And it's quite hearable during this COP26. Everybody seems to be thinking and talks about building a new model. This is a bit of a leitmotif for this COP26. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agnès, Chair, we'd like to hear you as well. When it comes to the citizen tools, your region is quite peculiar, since your region is the one where Stéphane Herbe, in fact, namely, is the only French representative within the World Citizen Convention, which shows it quite evocative. And you also, within your region, have pushed forward the Green Agreement, which Green Agreement had been anticipated by a huge consultation, a citizen consultation, before coming up with 52 decisions. I would like to hear you now to have more details. Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, first of all. This Green Agreement, Pacte Vert in French, is a landing point, a very operational one, that has been mentioned by the Secretary General. The aim being to engage, to commit this mutation, this model shift towards, well, proposing climate policies, but putting down silos between topics and making of the carbon topic the main one when it comes to our policies in terms of in the scope of social growth, social development, and spatial planning. Citizens have been put at the very core of our strategy, which is why we've created a citizen convention in Occitania. It's southwest France. We've been working with citizenships in order to come up with very concrete solutions within their municipalities, within their companies. We've come up with 52 propositions in order to create tools that had not met any consensus, so that they are now topic for public debate. This is what we did when in the scope of water and energy shift, because the energy shift has got to bear that kind of dimension within the public debate. So this Green Agreement is a set of operational measures that will allow us implementing a new spatial governance. This is what we bet, this is what we bear, this is what we are pushing to. It takes acceptation, of course, for renewable energies. It takes works upon prioritization, real estate-wise. We have to preserve, of course, fields, agriculture, used fields, biodiversity. We have to create jobs as well, so we have to create economic zones, and all these topics are going to be built together with local stakeholders. So it's a transparency. It's a transparency thing. We've created a green budget. Every investment being assessed carbon impact wise, and it also serves a better appropriation of the administrations and a bit of awareness raising, of course, when it comes to carbon footprint. So it's very global, and it aims at enhancing the consistency of our local policies. Our chair is very values it very much, and the transition, the ecologic transition, the new model building has to be performed by the citizens, by people locally. It is our deep conviction. No sound. Yeah. Lots of different topics, in fact, since you deal with sea topics, coastal topics, coastal zones, mountains, agriculture, and you also have two hot capital cities. I mean, on paper, there is only one, but there are two big cities down there, Montpellier and Toulouse, of course. So within this document, do you have specific actions when it comes to hot cities? Because the way we treat adaptation, depending on the city we are talking about in France, and depending on whether you're talking about big cities or the countryside, is quite different. Well, that's right. Occitanie, it's southwest France, so we are strongly affected, and we already mobilized a scientist panel. We are already, it's already +7, and scientists have come up with a modelization saying that from 2023 it will be 2.3 or 2.7. We deal with extreme weather phenomena. Big cities, as you said, have their own plans, their own adaptation and mitigation plans. They bear their own policies. But the whole Occitania, southwest France, has got to think about its adaptation plans, because we have a very long coast zone with a huge immersion risk, so that we support the region when it comes to respatialization, relocalization topics. And it's of course very tricky. Local authorities are working under pressure, so we also think about the requalification of our mountains. There is less and less snow in southwest France mountains, so it's about zero artificialization, these new circular urbanism models, and of course the rural territories, because the question to be asked is about our new agriculture model that we have to implement and we have to support. We also bear as a region, and it has been noticed during the last convention in Occitania, the move of the balance, the territories balance. So we bear very active policies when it comes to public transport. We are reopening train lines, which is not always easy, but we do it. We are opening at this moment 3 everyday basis train lines, which shows the whole Occitania is to adapt itself, and is doing it. The IPCC report has shown that the Mediterranean Sea region is one where extreme weather phenomena are not to get more and more rare, but more and more current.
If you allow me, I would like to recommend the famous RECO report that has been coordinated by several scientists, researchers, among them the one who is coordinating our own adaptation program of the Comité 21. It's a very interesting document. So now it's about 4 regions in France, I think, who have this adaptation documents, like Occitanie, and now there's more and more regions who do it, they trying to, that integrates the big climate program, and they make studies of adaptation, specific ones. Yes, this is very important, because this report gives a diagnosis, but also shows solutions. This is the good side of this report. It's about giving tools to the local governments. We need these tools to be to try to implement pilot programs, initiatives. They want to do it. They are engaged, and we really need to do. We need to go over this gap when it comes to the improvement of the competences for action. So now we go into Île-de-France region with its vice president, Jan Berling. He's got international and many.
C'est la plus grande région de.
Of course, it's a big region in Europe.
De France, c'est Paris, et que Paris est très.
So Paris is very impacted by the climate change, with specific risks that are treated by the authorities of Paris. It's also about the Seine River. In order to treat all these problems, the region has created a small COP, and I would like you to tell us something about it. Thank you, Bettina, and thank you for the organization of this exchange of opinions. I'm very happy of it, like we all are here, because the COP needs local governments, territorial governments, and in the other direction is the same. It's good to be here. It's good to be able to talk and to get out from the French pavilion to talk with delegations from other pavilions, because we need to talk about good practices. Yes, if we start by the initiatives that we've taken in our region, it's about citizen participation. We made our COP like other regions did last year, which allowed us to have around the table all the actors that are engaged in this reflection on climate and biodiversity. I would like to insist on the fact that I think that it's very positive to see that the climate COPs integrate dimensions that are not purely energetic subjects like biodiversity in particular. This is something that was not done before. So now we take into consideration these biodiversity things. It's more and more the case. There was a text that was put on the table today on the forests. These are really challenges that are very strong and that we need to talk about. So we've been doing that for quite some time during the debate on the climate. So we formulated like 112 propositions from this general COP that we had organized last year. The result was that today, during this new mandate, our region that had adaptation chapter in its plan, so we started to write our new adaptation program. And what I hear here is that the question of adaptation is present in our minds because it's becoming reality, shocking reality, painful reality, something that we did not accept in terms of speed at which it came. What happened in Canada, in Belgium, in Germany. I've quoted these examples because they give us an image of the climate change in the geographic zones of rich countries. I just heard our friend from Africa who said how African countries are impacted by climate change. All that is very sad. But it's also true in the rich countries, so it's going to mobilize us. Very good for the negotiations, yes. Sometimes we need to be slightly cynical in these discussions. The reality is that what we've went through dramatically, that this is something what boosted us also in Île-de-France. What happened in Canada, these fires, forest fires. Tomorrow, the Fontainebleau forest could burn. That's something that may happen. That it's so this is not nothing. That would be symbolic. We've had floods in Germany, in Ile-de-France also. Although all this can happen in rich regions like Ile-de-France. So our eyes are opening now. We can talk about adaptation to the climate change not only in circles of initiated people, but everyone now knows this question and want to talk about this question. So the subject we've started now in our consultation program, because we talk a lot with all the NGOs and all the actors concerned. We try to identify all the sectors that may be impacted. We've asked the Institut par Région to create the worst scenarios to show us what are the most sensitive points on which we should emphasize our action. What can happen? Too much water, not enough water, or high temperatures. So on this basis, we've identified the sectors that can be the most impacted. We haven't finished the work yet, but we're identifying these things. Of course, the major risks are the rivers, the water. We have also in our urban region phenomena of extreme temperatures. I said we're trying to find nature-based solutions. They have to be the basic solution for us, with the creation of new wet zones, humid zones, and I hope, because we'll have another scheme that will engage direction scheme that will fall within the revision of this drift will make so this new scheme will integrate Lausanne. So we stop the massive urbanization in the region. We have to make the urbanism rules are dedicated to nature within the town. So in this context, I've created a new help system in the region about fostering, about creating small zones of nature in the city. Would you like to see adaptation policies taken in this suggested plan at the national level? Do you think that local governments should keep their freedom on assessing it? The regulations force us to write documents about strategic, but there's not a lot about adaptation. So yes, the subject now, when we change these schemes of adaptation, is to include the adaptation and the ZAN. These are the two basic priorities to integrate these documents. That should be something that seem to be obvious today, but words will not suffice. We have to start to switch to the operational level, because the local authorities that are confronted with the document on urbanism need to have tools that do exist, by the way, and to implement them so the urbanization becomes mastered. And anything that happens in cities, we should stop the artificialization that we know very well in all the cities. You know, these commercial zones and industrial zones. The mineralization should be forbidden. We need trees. We need greenery. Cutting trees will become a crime. We really need to formulate our urbanistic documents so they are very much more binding when it comes to the greenery in cities. And also about the water. Let's let the water go where it wants to go, especially in the natural zones rather than in cities. But we are organizing that. Okay, one question. I read in your documents an expression that I feel very interesting. That I've never seen this. It's a transitory urbanism. What is it? Could you tell us? Yes, I found in the documents of Île-de-France the transitory urbanism, transition urbanism. It is something that is in evolution, that changes progressively. Of course, things will not be done in one moment, from one day to another. We have to organize each time there is an urban project that is implemented. So we have a distillation of the general principles of ZAN and of the adaptation. And this is this transition that we need to organize. The words will never be sufficient. We have to know where we go in. Okay, thank you very much. We started our panel with Mr. Embassy and Africa. And on this pathway to the Pavilion of Francophonie, so we'll end up with, we'll finish with the questions. I hope will be lots of them. With you, Mr. Alain Bourque, who are the Director General Uranos, but you are going to tell us what is Uranos on one side, and on the other side, I think that your mission is to foster the dialogue between the decision makers and the science. Another essential question, other than adaptation, is there crucial. Could you tell us a word about it, and also about the importance of the consultations?
Of course. Thank you for inviting me. First, we are a non-profit organization whose functioning is financed by members who acknowledge the importance of local scales for adaptation and resilience. 7 ministries from Quebec, plus the federal government, Hydro-Québec, and several NGOs have been cooperating and decided to put their resources together, to gather them in order to go ahead in terms of adaptation. It's about locally specific adaptation policies. Quebec is a very vast territory, so the topics we tackle are linked with heat waves, erosion, floods, and also social and psychological impacts that worry more and more health authorities. So we want to grow our knowledge, our adaptation possibilities to adapt more and more to a changing world. It's also a consultation platform. We use our knowledge to collaborate decision makers, scientists, to go forward in terms of adaptation. One of the opportunities, if I may say so, that we've had in the 1990s is that we experienced 2 extreme weather phenomena that mobilized both scientists and policy makers, decision makers, and that's how we started fighting against climate change. At the start, there were 4 or 5 employees on board. Now we are far more. We are a few dozens, and we cooperate with decision makers, with politicians. One of the reasons for which we have been in the capacity to develop and to grow is not science related, but linked with the way we developed projects. It's always we keep working on a cooperative project mode, which illustrated by the fact that we organize meetings with citizens, with inhabitants, to explain them what our work with. So it's like the UICN a bit. It's an organization. It gathers scientists and decision makers. That's right. When it comes to our board, we have 4 vice ministers plus a scientist who is he works at the equivalent of EDF in France. For the oldies, that used to be the sponsor number 1 of the first COP in Rio. It wasn't a COP, it was a conference, by the way, but yeah, that's right. So what we are taking interest in is the processes, the way the good way to develop scientific projects to make sure they are relevant and to make sure innovations and knowledge that are built are relevant alongside with local populations, with people who experience on an everyday basis the extreme weather phenomena as we've mentioned. So the role, there are many employees in Oranos who are playing a knowledge building role, but that are also supporting and coordinating in a bit of a collaborative leadership approach, which means we don't want to be, we don't need to be piloting the whole thing from A to Z. We are playing together. We are team players and not. We support people. We are here to help. We are not here to lead only. Okay, when it comes to the forest sector in Canada, I believe, I'm afraid, your forests are deeply affected. Well, you have to bear in mind the fact that west forests in Canada, in Western Canada, are much more put at risk than eastern ones. So it also has to be integrated. You always have to integrate scientific knowledge to know to what extent which forest, which region is at risk. This is precisely why we need scientists to be together with us, because they understand the constraints linked with the fact that you have to work with people locally. Scientists, always think on a long run. It's 4 years, 4 years time, 5 years, 6 years, while decision makers always very often think here and now, which is why we work a lot upon these links to implement collaborative, cooperative approaches that give the possibility to create certain forms of mediation between different stakeholders, which allow us to tackle the big challenges in terms of communication between various sectors, between various institutions, public and private, scientific and policy makers, local populations, because that's the aim. It is getting them collaborating. So if I got you right, I don't want to invite anybody in behalf of Canada, but you are inviting, yes, because we have decided to organize a big conference about adaptation. It's named Adaptation Future, and it's going to be organized in Montreal in 2023. We are launching a research project in order to find a better way to organize international conferences without having everybody in Montreal and without having everybody taking the plane. So we can't tell you at this moment what the model of the conference is going to be, but I think it's going to be partly on site, partly online, perhaps using hubs on different continents. So this conference it's a very English-speaking conference, I'm afraid, and I would like the French-speaking world and French tongue to be more involved in that conference. Well, dear ladies, dear sirs, feel free to go there. Yeah, I have a couple of flyers that I will be happy to give you, and of course feel invited. Well, thank you very much. I think this gives us indeed a bit of an opening towards all the existing projects. What's quite interesting in different regions is to see how different topics can be. This is what we experienced, both French committee-wise and European committee-wise. I see already 3 hands raised. A microphone is going to make the way through the pavilion for us to hear the question.
Petit ajustement technique.
Michel Delpont, donc.
I'm from Dordogne. I'm a member of parliament. I co-created the study group about hydrogen, which leads us to the topic number 4. But more particularly, I would like to ask a question, Mr. Gilles SIMEONI, for 2 reasons. The first one being that I've been working with other MPs on Bastia, in Ajaccio, to put in place some hydrogen-based projects. It's Corsica is a very good example, because we've been talking about tourism, and about electric transport. We have ports, we have airports, and it's a small island where you get some hydroelectric solutions as well. I discovered Corsica in June. Antoine Alveoli welcomed me, the university chair. I discovered that Corsica was supplied by 2 fuel power plants that are pretty old and that have got to be changed. So it's a good example. And as you know, we rely a lot upon nuclear power in France, but not over there. So we need solar power and wind power. So talking about transition, why haven't all the regions been moved by the same momentum when it comes to hydrogen? Not all of us jumped into the train. Congratulations to Occitania, since you did it. So what about this disruptive strategy? With the central state has put on the table 10 million euros, but it didn't make it to every region. Not every region saw the color of that money. Mr. Simeoni, please. Right, we are deeply interested in different perspectives when it comes to hydrogen solutions. I would like to thank Frédéric Sacco, because he said, I would like to thank you, because I've heard to what extent you cooperate. There are 2 calls for bids that will lead together. And it's true that we are hugely dependent, because we are an island, so we depend upon planes, of course, and boats, because we are also tourism dependent. So we need frequency, and we need regular lines, and we also need these boats and planes to come to show up in a satisfactory manner when it comes to climate. So we made decisions concerning calls for bids to enhance our supply in hydrogen. We also work with private companies to come up with hydrogen planes solutions. By 2030, 2040, I hope it will be operational. We have a research laboratory that is very effective and is working with hydrogen. So we are building an interesting ecosystem. I know there are other regions that are very proactive, voluntary in that, from that point of view, others less. But what I think I can say, Agnès might add something to that, but I think globally speaking, when it comes to French regions, there is that will to become dynamic players and innovative players, telling the state, the central state, telling Paris that we really need a vision that would be a source of decentralization. We want the central state to trust more than it does local administrations, local players that can be good incubators for initiatives and new solutions. And yes, just to complete upon what has been said, we see that the local level is very needed for hydrogen and green hydrogen to find a viable economic model, which is why we've been supporting the appearance of ecosystems locally with production, distribution and usage, which is why we gathered 3 regions to pilot hydrogen trains related projects with a circular management of ports. We've ordered which I could go along, but this shows we have 2030 plans that are hydrogen and green hydrogen related. The objective being as the Secretary General said, to have locally dedicated tools. All the regions are committed with specificities, of course, because they come in various colors and shapes. But we also take into consideration several topics like employment, like reindustrialization. In Occitania, we've got a technology transfer with high temperature electrolyzers. So it's a mutation. It's about transforming the landscape of our employment market, making it go towards offshore wind solutions, towards green hydrogen. So that there you see the Mediterranean region is changing. Thanks a lot. We are going to take another question. I see your hand raised.
Vous avez
two microphones. Hello everyone. Céline Coubet from the Department of Ecology of État de Monde. Thank you all for your speeches. We are also convinced that the territorial level is the most important for the ecological transition. To get back to what Mr. Embassy has said, that the poor countries are the less responsible, they are the most impacted. But it's also the question, a problem for the poorest people in France. You've shown how much the participation in all the region was a point that you foster. But do you watch who participates? You know, people are very hard to reach. They have to make their participation really efficient. It would be hard. How do you do to be sure that these persons are represented in the participation instances?
Merci. Qui veut répondre? Oui.
Would like to answer. Mrs. President from Occitanie. Thank you very much for your question. Without inclusion, without justice, it will not work. This is why we work in our region with other regions and with our particular attention to these people. We want to fight against the energetic precarity and other things, something that's shared in all the regions. And Carol Delgado, the president, will say it on the 10th during the COP. We are implementing the an ecology income through schools of ecological schools for youngsters who live very far away and who live in very difficult situations. We rely on networks like partnership with the Victor Hugo Foundation, and another one is one of the schools that in the Oriental Pyrenees works on it. We want to qualify so these youngsters can also participate to the pledge for climate and to ensure them an income with a target of 2,000 euros per month. The idea is to create this junction between the transition, the employment, the training in sectors who today are under tension, so to say. I'm talking about construction or agriculture. So we need to find sense, meaning, engagement, and qualification. So in decision processes, it's much more complicated. This is why we've created participative budgets, solutions for climate, it's called. We go in to promote them among the associations in order to create the best chains so they can invite and make participate the communities that are theirs. I think that the regional level, it's not borrow. We are far away. Proximity has to rely on a network. So the objective, the will, has to be very clear and well articulated. Thank you very much. I'll take the last question because there's another workshop afterwards. So I'll allow we need room for the next ones. Thank you. My question was for the Vice-President of the Île-de-France. And the framework you are very densely populated. Do you think that it would be interested to create policies that will lead to an urban exodus, to make in a way the region will not be so dense in terms of people and equipment? This is something that Jan talked about it earlier. Yes, at the same time, it's something that we do usually. What you're saying here, it doesn't depend on the region. If I understand what you're saying, it's saying that one of the subjects of adaptation is also not to concentrate too much populations at the same place. This is what you're saying, right? Deconcentrate in affected places. This is what I understood. I was translating your thought, but how to do so you balance better the repartition of the populations between the different regions in France. Everything is concentrated in Paris. Well, these people will be very affected by the climatic change. Yes, this is what I understood. So the data that we have and something we do not control. Ile-de-France is 50,000 people more each year. Each year there's 50,000 people who want to eat in Ile-de-France. They come from everywhere. And this, we have to manage it. And there's no changement after the COVID. We'll see. For now, it's too early to say it. There is a phenomenon very, well, how would I say, Paris is special. Paris has less and less residents. It's paradoxical. It's on the first round and the second round that the population is growing. So we'll see if there is an urban phenomenon. There will be the population of Paris. People are leaving Paris precisely because COVID made them realize that the way they live in Paris, they didn't like it. We've tested the remote work, and they realized it's better to work to live in the countryside. The world tendencies are rather in the direction of concentration of life in cities. Globally, in an ecological point of view, but I don't want to make a theory here because that will require a lot of work to make it. I think it's better because it reduces the mobility, the flows, the mobility, so it's better, ecologically speaking. But now that we're facing new phenomena, plus the adaptation, we have this problem to limit the density, like everything on this planet. Things have to be limited. There will be places where there will be too dense. We need to allow people breathe. In Paris, we've been identifying it for a few years. We've implemented what is called a green plan, which is about allowing the zones where there's no greenery to have greenery, to have trees, and to make them more acceptable. The solution that I see today, but I'm facing situations that are very complicated, is to put nature in cities instead of telling people to leave. It seems more realistic in the short term, and to make a regulation policy of preservation of the existing greenery. So we'll not going to cut trees. There's nothing more refreshing than a big tree, even if we plant a new one. But I don't have the power because France used to have a policy of evening the richness everywhere. Maybe we should get back to this policy at the national level. It was the organizing territory. Yes, the special planning should be put back in the national reflection on the French territory. When I'm saying French, it's not metropolitan only. Okay, I think we're going to close by thanking all of you This event was organized jointly by Régions de France and Comité 21. Thank you very much, all presidents, Madame also. We'll continue our programs on the adaptation. Some regions are members of the Committee 21, so we work together with them, feeding each other with information and other good things. I know the history of these COPs for a very long time, and I know this pressure this year on the solutions based on nature and also the revendications of territories to take the power. That's something new in these COPs. You can hear it in all the pavilions in all the countries, and I think for me at least, it's really that was the deep meaning of the creation of Committee 21. It took us 20 years to get there, but we managed. Thank you all.
Alors, la cabine parle français sur l'ancien canal anglais. Est-ce que ça marche maintenant? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Then English on the French channel. Hello.
turn in your headphone. So I'm Romain Poivet. I work for the French State Agency of Ecological Transition, and I'm the coordinator of the ACT initiative. I would start to thank the French pavilion and all the speakers for giving the opportunity today to speak about what is actually.
Pour parler de ce que devrait être la neutralité carbone pour le secteur privé. Pour vous apporter quelques éléments de contexte, il y a quelques jours, Laurence Toubiana, qui a été championne climatique en France, a dit que le greenwashing était l'équivalent de ce qu'était le négationnisme climatique avant, en termes de nuisibilité. Réponse donc à Antonio Guterres qui a lancé la création d'un nouveau panel d'experts qui va juger, qui va évaluer les mérites en termes de climat du côté du secteur privé, tout en créant des instruments, des outils. C'est donc une bonne nouvelle, au fond, puisque aujourd'hui, la bonne nouvelle, c'est que la France a déjà mis au point de telles réglementations avec l'initiative Agir et l'initiative Net Zéro. Donc, dans ce contexte, on peut dire que de telles règles existent d'ores et déjà. Je voudrais d'ailleurs vous rappeler que l'Act Initiative fait partie de l'action climatique, de l'agenda de l'action climatique, et c'est déjà la seule initiative secteur privé qui apporte un cadre de responsabilité pour les acteurs privés. Je voudrais aussi vous rappeler les mots de Laurence Toubiana en 2016, lorsqu'elle disait que pour créer le chemin qui nous mènerait à 1,5 degré, c'est-à-dire à l'accord de Paris, il serait essentiel de pouvoir être en mesure d'évaluer la crédibilité des stratégies climatiques et des engagements climatiques du secteur privé, ce qui est ce que nous proposons.
Basically, we can see that between 2016 and now, there is still this question of how to assess the credibility of carbon neutrality commitments. But things are doing better because actually there are already some initiatives supported by public authorities that provide such kind of rules. And so what's the link between the ACT initiative, the carbon neutrality claims, the net zero initiative from Carbon 4? So just to reconnect with the science. So in March 2021, the French State Agency of Ecological Transition released a formal position paper about carbon neutrality communication, recognizing that carbon neutrality only makes sense at planetary boundary level, and therefore this concept shall only be used at planet level or state level, because it shall not be used at organizational or product or even event level for communication purpose. ADEME also recognized that to reach carbon neutrality, two levers are necessary. The first one is to reduce drastically GHG emissions, and the second one is to remove CO2 with natural and technological things. So the main action shall be on GHG reduction. We should also protect existing carbon stocks in forest and soil, instead of prioritizing technological solutions that are costly, increasing energy consumption, and with lots of uncertainties. So that ADEME strongly recommend and encourage companies to commit to carbon neutrality by first implementing decarbonization strategies with associated robust transition plan, and then to implement or facilitating carbon removals when possible. Companies can't claim to be carbon neutral, but should claim to be contributing to carbon neutrality. So to sum up carbon neutrality, carbon neutrality communication of private sector, it should be all about contribution to the global effort to reach carbon neutrality by implementing decarbonization strategy with robust transition plan, aiming at reducing GHG emissions, enabling GHG reduction with innovating low carbon product and low carbon business models, and reinforcing carbon removals and protecting carbon stocks in soil and forest. So now to clearly reconnect with science, I would like to invite on stage Valérie Masson-Delmotte, who is the directrice, and because this event will be in French and in English, so actually in Franglish. So Valérie Masson-Delmotte is directrice de la recherche du CEA et coprésidente du groupe 1 du GIEC. If you can join us on stage, and I would and I will leave you on stage with the co-moderator of this event, which is César Dugast, co-manager of the Net Zero Initiative for Carbon 4. Thank you.
Bonjour, et de mon côté, ça marche?
Hello, does it work from my side? Yep. Excellent. So, welcome again to this event. We're absolutely happy to have it co-organized between Carbon 4 and the ADEME. Thank you very much to the Ministry for its trust to give us these 2 hours. I'm César Dugas, I'm manager at Carbon 4, and I am the head of the Net Zero Initiative project. The idea of these 2 hours would be to make a big dive in the notion of net zero at the corporate level, and to be as relevant as possible. We haven't found anything better than to invite the biggest world expert to discuss on net zero at the scale of the planet. We need to have net zero pledges at every stage, whether it's corporate, states, events, products. But after all, wouldn't it be relevant to ask the question again, why the notion of net zero is so important? What does it mean at the planet level? If we go back with the evolution of knowledge, I would like to underline that the 5th report from 2013 has shown a close relation between the level of warming and the accumulation of CO2. So this has been reinforced in the report from 2019, which has said that to maintain the warming at a low level, there are 2 conditions. The first one is that the world emission, purely entropical, the result of emissions and eliminations, reach and net zero in order to maintain it around 1.15 by 2050. Second condition, to reduce the net effect on the climate, what is called the radiative forcing, other elements than just CO2. So I think this report led to engagements taken by certain states in order to have a revision of the national contribution, but also of the engagement anchored in this situation and the necessity to reach net zero 2. Talking about in the context of course, the Paris Agreement. So the report from this summer, the report 2021, from the point of the functioning of climate, it shows that the influence of human life is not to be discussed. We have the very important role of CO2 on the warming that has already happened, and now again the methane, plus the non-direct influences. So the accumulation of emissions in the past, present, in the future with the CO2, with big efforts to constrain better these accumulation. For 1,000 gigatons, give 0.45 degree of warming. So to maintain the warming is to accumulate the residual accumulation of of what's left of CO2, and this is done for different levels and different probabilities of success, taking into consideration the effect, non-CO2 effect, and take into consideration also some retroactions of carbon cycles like the carbon selling from the melting ice. Just one word on it again. What is happening in the moment when you have zero CO2 in the atmosphere? We're understanding today is that at the level of the, when it comes to the warming at the surface of the world, 50 years after we attain net zero, there's no warming, extra warming. So likely minus 0.3 degrees. There are other effects, inevitable effects. We could stop the part of CO.
Par rapport à cela, c'est que...
The other thing is that we managed to have negative net emissions due to human activities. In other words, to get to a negative net of emissions, we could go back slightly after going above a certain threshold of warming. That will have an influence. I don't have no influence on the heightening of the river level in rivers. It will be important in the context of net emissions. This is the overshoot, right? So we can say it's just if we had a bathtub and we've overflown the bathtub, and we had a way to catch the extra CO2 that we have. In our report, we see the physical functioning of the climate. When we add CO2 in the atmosphere, what's the effect on the radiative forcing? And the second chapter is how it interferes with natural carbon sinks. It shows that it's about physics of climate. There's conditions of net zero CO2. And the positive, there is a net negative net. We could go back, and knowing that in the context of the elimination of CO2 in the atmosphere, if it impacts the usage of soils, it can lead to other risks, like monoculture, for example, and associated risk for the biodiversity and other things. This is mentioned explicitly in our sum up. So to reach a stabilization of the temperature at an acceptable level, 1.5 if possible, we need to balance what enters the atmosphere and what leaves the atmosphere. That's net zero. And what are the drivers to go forward and to develop the sinks? Are there receipts? Are there sources that work? You've talked about the fragility of.
When it comes to the climate evolution, is about seeing how every enhancing counts. It has many consequences that are interconnected. The loss of snow during spring, the ice melting in the north, the consequences that have extreme weather phenomena, the changes when it comes to the intensification of water cycles, so that which increment counts makes a difference when it comes to the upgrading of the temperature, to the increase of temperature. Purely carbon dioxide wise, what counts are net flows linked with human activity. Nowadays, fortunately, vegetation, soils, all the carbon sinks absorb and have been doing so around 56%. So 31 goes to the greenlands and soils, around 53 to the ocean. Talking of which, this has got consequences in terms of acidification, in addition to the oxygen loss on sea ecosystems. What our report underlines is that we see forerunners, signs, decarbonates. We see how it has changed. It is one of the first mechanisms through which we will see a relative efficiency loss of our ocean
carbon sinks, which means the proportion of carbon dioxide, the proportion of carbon dioxide that is captured by the ocean might go down, which could lead to 2 degrees in 2050, which means the carbon sinks would go up because it's proportionate, but proportionally less than our emissions would do. That's for the oceans, but it's also true for the lands. That's about the Earth's surface. It's an effect, a consequence of the hydric stress, and consequences of the fires as well. Forests are sinking as well, and the climate shows the. So when speaking about limits to be put to human influence on the climate, what counts is to do it as fast as possible and to limit as fast as possible everything that goes to the atmosphere. It's about reducing emissions and avoiding tons of carbon dioxide, and that means as well activities that allow the reinforcement of natural rains or adding artificial rains. I often see that people who don't understand what it's about. Some think that the net zero notion means that what we throw in the atmosphere is erased by the natural rains. That's not about it. Net zero means what we throw in the atmosphere is erased by deliberate actions from our side to emit less greenhouse gases and to capture more in the natural and non-natural carbon sinks. Okay, we see nowadays posters in Glasgow showing adding companies, private companies or state governments that took away with them the net zero motto and came up with plans to make it there. By 2050, we've seen many publications that show that many commitments are different when it comes to details. The objective being the same, but the way to get there being very different. Some companies argue their products are net zero, but when you dig into it, you can see that it's quite various. Sometimes it's well done, sometimes worse, sometimes less so. So it's about a balance between absorption and reduction, and capturing. Well, I won't be talking about the supervision side of the IPCC report. It's more about my personal insights about sincere communication for citizens and for consumers. And of course, yes, the carbon neutrality has made it to the posters, to the marketing world. Companies say, okay, I put some carbon dioxide into the sky, but I buy carbon credits, and I buy that, therefore buying a certain degree of neutrality. But that's where we have to see whether what they do is really compensated by some concrete actions in order to lower their emissions or to capture more. And the answer is unfortunately no. And that keeps me worried. And that also takes value out of best practices, because some companies are trying to look after their sustainability, and they are not valorized, because buying for €3 a ton of carbon dioxide on the market, when you don't exactly know what it allows you erasing or storing, it's not very practical. That's not value for money. And that could orientate, putting more value. I mean, it's still financing some carbon dioxide going through the atmosphere, so I think it can do little in terms of awareness raising. It can even lead to some misinformation, some misunderstanding of what the issue looks like. The last thing is about the compensation mechanism. We've seen recently in California that mechanisms concerning about no sound to take into consideration the consequences of these huge fires that took place last year and even earlier. These shows what we should pay attention to in order to make sure information that will be produced sincerely, and that actions that are led are anchored and based upon reliable scientific knowledge. I've seen a report published by Oxford University was for carbon neutrality to fall within, or our compensation actions to fall within a true reflection around the net zero carbon dioxide objective. The first rule being that about reducing efficiently emissions, and to use these methods only for the most tricky things to erase with time, to see efforts done, made, and about making sure that the storage of the avoided emissions will be sustainable. When it comes to real estate properties and agriculture, it's quite tricky. We're having a hard time making sure that things are sustainable, that things are taken care of for years.
So one just want to no microphone anymore? Thank you. Thank you very much. You've mentioned the regulations. From your point of view, personal as a scientist, what are for you the drivers collectively activated to reach this strength? It's time not to limit ourselves to voluntary actions. Maybe the civic society has a role to play in it. How do you see the future of different actors around the table, local governments, and others? It's not within my competences. What strikes me is that there is an experimentation stage with all the opportunity gives when you have actors that experiment and that like the approach. As certain actors took engagements, it's about the adaptation mechanisms like the one with airplanes. So we have better ways, but we have a way to certify, to get to a certification to ensure the quality of what is being implemented and the quality of what is used behind the terms like net zero or neutrality. It will be much more rigorous. Of course, I understand very well that the role of the civic society, but I understand very well the importance of the ISO standards that are built by the actors of the sector that seem to me a stage to be implemented in the upcoming years to ensure the credibility of the actions that are implemented, conducted, and the sincerity of the information that are given. Great, thank you. It's been an honor and a great pleasure to have you here for this panel. Just one more word. We have a science pavilion not very far away. Many of the events are broadcast in English. Tomorrow from 8 till 9:45 we propose a meeting in front of the pavilion for the students and the new scientists who would like to talk directly with the physicians, the specialists of climate, all that around the IPCC report. They're going to be speaking many languages, English, French, Arabic, and others. So if you're interested, do not hesitate to spread the message. Thank you.
Alors,
all right, with no further ado, we'll skip to the second chapter. We've seen how important are proper definitions at the planet scale, at the global scale, to see what net zero means. The question now being how to translate this into corporate language, to make it solid, to make it coherent, consistent. We'd like to give the floor to Romain, my co-moderator, for Romain Obaranda to talk about his objectives, his references set. It's an objective in order to to translate the net zero motto to into corporate language. Hello, Rodrigo. So you are carbon for
consultant, you are a member of the Carbon 4 initiative, of the Net Zero initiative. It's a quite rigorous framework for the private sector. It has involved scientists and companies that take part in the development of this tool. To what extent is it consistent with the net zero approach César and Valérie have been talking about? And can you explain us in what this differs from the already existing reporting standards? Hello. Well, as they were saying, for many years we've witnessed this phenomenon. Many companies are starting to speak the net zero language. As Carbon 4, we found these words to be quite exaggerated, so that in 2018 we created the Net Zero initiative in order to create a better framework around the carbon neutral framework that is applied to companies. And since then, we've been cooperating with around 20 companies and the ministry, the French Ministry of Environment. We decided to cooperate with private playmakers, with private players, for things to be consistent with the field, with the true economy, with the real world. But we decided to work as well with scientists, with experts, in order to be always consistent with what science says in terms of climate. So we are in touch with the experts from Oxford University, from the United Nations and other institutions, in order now to answer your question about to what extent our approach is consistent with the global net zero objective. The thing is, we are based upon the carbon zero notion at a global level. And so we took the planet net zero concept, the planet net zero notion. It's about balancing emissions with sequestration. And what happened next, we came up with that neutrality objective and this temperature objective. Which means we have to reach neutrality by 2050. And very important thing, how much time we have. We want to remain under the 1.5 limit. So if we were to take a look at the IPCC reports, in order to see the different trajectories that could allow us to remain under this bar, we can see that we have the first scenario. It's the carbon neutrality around 2050. The second saying that in order to reach this neutrality, we have to drastically reduce emissions right now. And third thing, all scenarios say that we have to stop deforestation and create additional carbon sinks. We started working with this double objective, and we asked the following question. We know what neutrality means, global neutrality, but now how at the mere scale of a company can we contribute to meeting this objective? So bear in mind we have this double objective, right? So we came to the conclusion that a private company at its scale can contribute to collective global neutrality by three means. There are three ways to do so. The first one being to reduce your own emissions as a company. The second being to help other companies to reduce theirs. And the third way is to help develop carbon sinks, which is extremely important. Now we have just defined the three contribution pillars. The three contribution pillars that are different and have to be piloted independently, and it's quite consistent with international existing reporting frameworks. We've been talking about these 3 chapters, the 3 leverages. What does that involve for companies to be doing? Well, the good news is that everything I'm going to say now is already well known. We are just proposing to bring a certain degree of consistency in a rigorous framework in order to synthesize the private companies' contributions using a dashboard, which dashboard has been structured basing on the 3 leverages. So you see these actions can fall within the perimeter of the company's activities within its value chain or outside of it. So if you look at the first chapter, the first pillar, how can we act to reduce our emissions? Nothing new. There are several reference standards that frame very properly this aspect. So we have protocol, we have the carbon balance in France, we have special aids for meeting the objectives, and the whole strategy and climate strategy evaluation part. Then you have the carbon sinks, for which we already have standards that are being developed in order to measure the efficiency of these carbon sinks with protocol removers. Pillar B, that's the company's contribution to reducing emissions of others. As I was saying, you can reduce yours, you can help others do so. And if you look at the value chain, you see that one can contribute to carbon neutrality throughout financing emissions or sequestration projects.
So, as we said, compensation, but we'd rather talk about financial contribution to the plant-free neutrality, but it's outside the chain of value, the value chain. So a new name is not the remarketing of the office sitting by just giving a new name called contribution. No. It's not just a new name. With the idea of compensation, we give the impression that we can change freely between reducing our emissions and the financing of project of sequestrations. So we may want to have a smaller ambition in terms of reduction and to invest more in compensation. The idea is to change the terms, but also the terminology, but also you cannot compensate the pillar A emissions reduction by bigger development of carbon sinks. You have you need to have ambitious objectives in the case of the 3 pillars to get to the final objective of the zero emission and not zero. Well, the works are ongoing. We are in the middle of discussions. We want to create a proposition, a claim. What is obvious? It's going to be a claim that will depend. Without take considering the 3 pillars. They will see the objectives country by country and pilot them separately, and to show the action on the 3 pillars. If we put aside the other pillars, if you just act on the pillar A, you won't be able to declare neutrality. Does this French expertise that is clearly developed in partnership with companies and the world of science and help of public authorities, how does it work on the national level? There is a great competition on international standard. How do you contribute to promote this French expertise at the international level? And what are the future development of the initiative? At the French level, we are good. We have at them that repeats the notions we're trying to promote, and the same thing with the financial market. And at the international level, we participate to work group for the elaboration of the ISO, the standard on neutrality. Very well. We are developing all the methodology part about the things, how to measure, how to define objectives on these three pillars. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much, Rodrigo. I will. Are there any questions that you want to take now? Take questions from the room. We're talking very loudly because there's no sound from the scene.
Bonjour.
Stage, hello. I have a question about the carbon sinks that you would like to develop. What would it be concretely? What is it going to be concretely? We're proposing a framework to synthesize, to consolidate actions for neutrality. So about the sinks, we'll base by the development of GG protocols on removals, and now we're developing a new methodology of defining the methodology for the sinks. We're trying to propose something more complex, exhaustive than to maintain the same. We want to sequestrate the same quantity of emissions that we'll do in future. So this is for the benefit of organizations. So it's ongoing. So we'll publish a new report before summer next year. We'll give more details on this approach. Another question? Yeah. Thank you. If we look at the three colors, in an independent way, and we don't add them, so there's no compensation between the columns, how do we define ambitions to make sure that we are on a zero trajectory? Very good question. We are developing the path for objectives on the three pillars. I'm not saying there will be no relation between the pillars. We have to sequestrate the idea is to have a consistency and a relation, but not to subtract, to say I'm at zero. So we are developing the part of objectives that will also be in the reports that we'll publish next year. The points later, okay? So it's not an arithmetic neutrality, but strategic carbon neutrality. Okay, I will invite Cesar again to come on stage with Edouard Faudrin, who coordinates the program ACT, the ACT program in France, a program for the companies in France. And once we finish the theoretic presentation, they will see examples from companies to see how the theory is applied in companies. In particular the French companies. Thank you, Romain. You were speaking about strategic neutrality because we'll be talking about the low carbon strategy. So before starting this part, what's been presented by Rodrigo, this accountancy on three pillars, is the way we're going to structure the three panels that will follow. We'll have three subjects. The first one will be decarbonization, the A pillar. The second one, the solutions, products and services that reduce the emissions of the others, and the last panel will be about the carbon sequestration. So now we're going to cook a little bit with Edouard Faudrin, who is engineer at ADEME and who is the coordination of ACT in France. Finally, ACT. After all, ACT, we see that as an initiative that falls very well within the decarbonization of companies. Could you explain us how do you function, what it is, and what's the relevance with the other initiative? Thank you, Cesar. Thanks for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. The ACT initiative is close to about strategy of carbon transition of the companies. And it started in 2015 in COP21. We've worked on ADEME in the agency in France, but also the CDP. It's an international initiative because it's part of agenda of the action of UN on climate change. So it's an initiative that is financed partially by Europe, but also for the French Fund for World Environment. We want to provide methodologies and tools to the companies so they can work on the transition of low carbon. What is this transition for the ACT initiative? Well, several things. It's the 9 components that you see on the slide. The first slide is the objectives. We have to define objectives of reduction, and they have to be aligned with a trajectory of transition of low carbon. It's very similar to the Alliance with Target initiative. The second component is the material investments. So, in other words, how do the investments of companies allow to lower the emissions? Number 3, material investment. The fourth one is the product performance. When the challenges of direct emissions connected to the products, we can see we have to watch how the companies work on the reduction of emission of greenhouse gases. And then we have management internal, how the companies work with their suppliers to reduce the emission, what are the engagement, and is there any reflection on new business model to decarbonate? So in other words, for us, for the ACT strategy, these are objectives, but also a transition plan and actions to reach these objectives. So we're really on the pillar 1, pillar A. We talk about the emissions, the compensation too, but the focus is on the reduction of the greenhouse gases. This is our focal point. Through this definition of the strategy of low carbon, what have we developed as approach? Well, we've approached to act step by step, as you can see on the left. The idea is that's for new companies that don't, new meaning that have not realized any things in the area. This stage is necessary. How can I create a strategy that would be ambitious, that would be aligned with the Paris Agreement? This is the idea, to go through these 5 stages of this process. So we make an initial diagnosis of the situation, the level of maturity of the company. Then we work on the issues and challenges. What is the vision of the company in terms of decarbonation? How does it fall within the context? And then we create a new strategy, the objectives of lowering the emission, and we end up by an action plan and the implementation and the monitoring of it. So there is a tool to monitor. There is a product on the carbon performance. There's a tool of panorama of initiatives. The idea is really to progress. So we're going to build the strategy on these 9 pillars as defined by the ACT initiative. So it's really a standard of progress. Once the companies have these strategies and they started the actions, the idea is to propose the ACT and assessment. Here we are in ACT assessment. That's for companies that are more advanced. For these who have created goals based on science, and the objective is to assess the alignment of the strategy with Paris Agreement. So we go to a marking system with the first one is the performance between 0 and 20 that reflects the alignment with the Paris Agreement. Then the narrative score. So there's a person who comes and who gives a score. And finally, there is a trend score that reflects the dynamics of the company on this subject, whether it's a positive or negative or stable.
C'est un référentiel.
And these references, there is a set of measurement tools in order to create that they are science and consistent objectives. You do use the science-based
initiative, but you go even a step beyond, a step further, since you check whether companies deliver on the plans they've come up with. In order to decarbonate a whole economy, the leverages to be actioned depend upon the sectors. How do you apprehend this complexity? How do you organize yourselves for very sector to have its own system? Can we change the slide? Yeah, that's a good question indeed. It's a sector-based initiative, since, as you said, the topics and the low carbon scenarios in order to meet the Paris Agreement objectives are different according to the sectors. And then the means to action, the leverages, the tools won't be the same, which is why we have to base our approach on various sectors. We now have developed a whole set of greenhouse gases, big greenhouse gases emission sectors. In green you see chemistry, paper, aluminium. You see also other sectors like transport, electricity, supply, gas, building. These are activities that are already elaborated and available. So that we also develop a methodology we are going to develop a methodology for the finance sector next year in 2022. So we've covered all the sectors we wanted to, that are key in terms of greenhouse gases emissions. We are going to work further in 2022. And it's a sector-based approach, because, you know, we've been talking about the ACT Initiative 9 components. It translates differently according to the sectors. When you produce electricity, what's important is to work upon the direct emissions throughout investments in power plants. So it's more about the second chapter, investments in equipment. But now, for a car producer, it's more about the performance of the product itself, how clean the cars are. So it's more on the side. I mean, the focus point will be someplace else. So the elaboration, the low carbon elaboration, it translates in the various way depending upon the sector you work in. Okay, one question from the audience shortly thereafter. But first, what's important is to scale up this approach. What's your strategy in order to make it as big as the French national level or an international level? Well, this has been forecasted by my colleague Romain. There is a French program for French companies, but it is an international initiative. We're looking at developing it to outside of our borders as well. The idea now is to implement the ACT initiative, a step-by-step or evaluation. And for this purpose, we work on three ways. We are a French agency that is in the capacity to give grants to companies that are virtuous and are doing their best. So we support financially local initiatives, individually linked initiatives, or initiatives that gather several companies. Then there is the assistance, the technical assistance part. We are not consultants. This is not our role, but we propose trainings for companies, for consultants, for investors as well on these topics. We bring tools and methods, and last but not least, throughout trainings, the aim is to give access to a network of experts. This is for the French level. Now, for 3 days, we've been existing for 3 years. Around 100 French companies joined us on a voluntary basis. And the last driver I wanted to mention is the community of people around the ACT initiative. We created several things with a steering committee, with several institutions, public ones, private ones, finance companies, researchers, academics, think tanks in order to promote the ACT initiative and to make it massive. That the goal. The steering committee we've launched back in September aims at that precisely. Next year we're going to launch a community. We're going to grow the community in order to go even further. That's about it when it comes to the French level. Now, internationally speaking, the idea is to duplicate, not to come with a copy-paste, a pure copy-paste, but we are getting more and more context abroad in that sense, going in that direction. There is a project in Quebec, for example, with Quebec Net Positive and CCG in order to work with SMEs, carbon sober SMEs. That's first step, a first project. There is another one that has been created, launched earlier. It's in Brazil, in Mexico. It looks at deploying the low carbon trajectories in these countries, deploying the ACT project, developing, copy-pasting there. Should you want to know more about it, about what we do in Mexico and how we work with companies in Mexico, there is a side event tomorrow at 4 p.m. London time at the IDAC pavilion. It's organized by the IDRA and the SIDP Latin America. We have other contacts abroad as well in order to copy-paste this voluntary French program and make it massive. That's the objective.
Aussi avec l'excellente équipe.
With a great team from Italy. I will make my best to join you. Thank you, Edouard. Have we got enough spare time to take one question? Time goes by very fast indeed, but should you have a question to ask Edouard, that's the right time. Well, that shall be your last word. So let's switch to the first round table of this event. Thank you for your testimonies. And with no further ado, let's start the first extraordinary panel. And let's thank those, we thank them for that, who decided to talk about the decarbonation part of their activities. Romain, if you would.
Très bien, donc merci beaucoup.
All right, thank you very much for joining this panel, this discussion. I'd like to start with a question that is quite outspoken and direct. It's for LVMH. How do your objectives translate into transition plans thereafter when it comes to repositioning your business models in terms of investments, research and development, other services, engaging the value chain towards this global carbon neutrality objective? Concretely, how does it translate into facts, into action plans? Can you hear me? Great. I'd like to start talking about governance, because that's something that has changed our landscape. We have climate accountables within our administration and within the steering committee. It's an added responsibility for them to make sure what you were mentioning, which is to what extent and how all the decisions we make are consistent with our motto, with our values, our contributions to fighting against climate change. But beyond words, it is to see whether all our capex or business decisions are consistent with these values. It is written black and white, so it's legally binding. In fact, we've committed legally to fight for climate. This is one of the priorities. It has been one in 2018. It's the mother of all the risks, in fact, which is why we wanted to commit strongly. We also have an RSA SRE, Social Responsibility Committee. Our trajectory of reduction scenario is mid-run. So you have an investment envelope for capex. You've got one for carbon dioxide. You've got one for several aspects that are climate related, so that it's checked by the whole steering committee, by the governance of the company, and it's also on the field. We involve our employees. We have an employees collective and an employee association. We have our greens within the company. It's called Grisome. They work upon decarbonating our company's activities on an everyday basis, and they engage other employees with them. These are things that are consistent and play together. Now, when it comes to our routine, ordinary routine, we have technicians. We know that our emissions are quite. We have reduced the amount of emissions. We have stopped the equivalent of 30 coal energy plants and 30 fuel-based ones. So as you see, we are fighting against greenhouse gases emissions and fighting for reduction as well.
Thank you very much. It may sound more obvious to an electrician who has got production actives that can be have more carbon. How does it translate this? I mean, these plans of transition in a company like LVMH, Ash, where the carbon is like more spread in the chain of value. Yes, we are not an energy company, and the first question, or the first answer to your question, is the awareness, raising awareness to something that is not intuitive. We see that the CO2 emissions connected with the energy transformation, energetic transformation, we all know it. CO2 emissions connected to a value chain in agriculture, in raising animals, and so on. This is much less intuitive, much less concrete. So we've done a huge work of raising awareness to show that behind all the products, all the objects that are sold by LMVH, there is agriculture, there are animals, there are CO2 emissions connected to this type of activity. That would be the first thing. The second thing is to fall within a strategy of reduction. I don't very well this debate about the neutrality on measurement, because there's lots of things that are not strong. And so maybe we won't be able to do it, but what we implemented, it's a real strategy of reduction with objectives of reduction when it comes to scopes 1 and 2, and very ambitious scopes, 55% of CO2 on the scope 3. So you have to know that scope 3 at LGMH is 94% of the whole carbon footprint. It's not nothing, come on. To put this on table, it is something. And the question is, it concerns the governance and the action. I will not repeat what you said about the governments, but we have methodologies that quite close, but we're pushing the subject to the COMEXs and the administrations. So within our 75 houses, the strategies are presented in investment committees, so there is a connection between investments and reduction. So I will not talk about it. The thing that really changed and that gives us hope on reduction. It's the adoption of an economic model that is very different, called the circular economy, the circularity, and the recycling of our matter. And we are calculating very closely into exactly the translation into emissions. So this is very precious for all elements of our value chain. The second thing to be in the second life of our products, in the sustainability, everything except the program obsolescence, because that avoids the emissions of CO2. And it protects natural resources. There are services that are very sophisticated about repairing of our the things we've produced that give a second and a third life to these objects. And agriculture, the regenerative agriculture, that's very important too. So in other words, how to help within our value chain, how to help our providers and those who cultivate the agriculture, the farmers, to use mechanisms that don't only limitate the biodiversity, but to regenerate the biodiversity. And we know it very well, thanks to people like Valerie, that the regeneration of soils is also a mean to improve the capacity of the soils to capture carbon. So we are trying also to create strong links between the climate change challenge and biodiversity challenge. This is where we are at the moment. Thank you very much. So for a network of companies like Entreprise pour l'Environnement, how are you going to accompany and encourage the companies? We have two very good examples. How are you going to accompany and encourage companies to prepare transition plans, and how are you going to encourage not only the best ones, but also the other companies who are not members yet?
C'est bon, je crois? Oui, ok.
This is the challenge. We are less known than EDF and LGMS, so this network of companies of all sectors, we have to move together in these subjects about reduction, environment generally speaking. In the perspective of carbon neutrality, natural is to mutualize these reflections, because we need to understand that if we look 5 years back, it has progressed a lot. So today we are in a landscape that is really moving, changing. There's lots of companies that can invest time and in reflection. We have two here that are present. What are we going to do? We're going to help to accelerate this by offering a place of exchange of information. We can share the questions that we have, and to build common things. We did about the carbon neutrality. We've worked for 3 years on this concept in France, which led to the publication of a report 2 years ago that allowed to build a shared base between companies. What does it mean, carbon neutrality for France? And behind this, it's about allowing to everyone to project himself as an individual person, or like as a sector, to fall within, the strategy of a company within. We were touching the heart of what carbon neutrality is, this collective approach. This is the first point, and then when we have the shared comprehension, we have to accelerate. And here we are on tools, on methods, and for the same time, how can we work together? I have in mind, when we're talking about tools of acceleration investments, at the beginning of this year we did a huge workshop with many companies about the internal price of carbon, where everyone was saying, what is the internal price of carbon? How does it allow us to accelerate investments? What is very interesting that the subjects like this that are very internal, we don't talk very often of this of these subjects externally. It allows to identify subjects that do work, because they 1, 2, 3, 4 companies that can say, well, it worked, and they know the small nuances, and it's very useful for everyone. And to be very concrete, we've realized that there was this aspect of the acceleration on investments. But one of the bonuses, unexpected bonuses, was that in the organization, the relationships that it created between the directions and environment directions and also finance departments. So all the actors are to participate. This is extremely important. This is the role of the managers of sustainable development. This is the works, and it allows us to continue. Well, actually, we are happy to have big companies that have lots of resources, internal resources, and who can invest time and knowledge and to develop them, and then who can share with companies that are a little bit smaller, more modest, and that allows us to people to accept the whole pack. And then we think, how are we going to also attract the small companies who don't have the means? It is complicated. It takes time and investments. So how do we do? That's the next stage.
Well, thank you. Well, 5 minutes now. Yeah, we've got 5 minutes. During the first part, we've introduced the carbon neutrality framework. There are 2 frameworks that are backed by France with the Net Zero Initiative and the ACT Initiative. I would like to know how this expertise that has been developed by France allows to reinforce or to challenge or to bring more value to the strategies and action plans that you've implemented, concretely speaking, in terms of measures. Well, we belong to NZI, as it has been mentioned. Globally, we all call for a big start when it comes to standardization and harmonization, because when it comes to big companies, and Électricité de France is not the worst one. Danone would receive 250 tables to fill in back in the days. So there are lots of papers and of reports. And reporting has to make sense. In order, it just kills. It's just pointless. So everything that can bring us to making things more simple, to a degree of standardization, of harmonization, for things to be more simple, to be less pointless and more simple. You know, it's good to when things have an impact, not only results in financial terms, but when things have an impact. So there are standards, ISO at Consortus, but we want it to be strategic, but we want it to be pragmatic, and we want it to be operational. And we are not out of the woods from that point of view. When I see what the EFRAG did recently, the financial entity from the EU, there are 100 criteria just about climate, and there is nothing about social aspects and governance aspects. So this is not a great step forward in terms of simplification, in terms of optimization. So as companies, we say, help us. We are committed to make our contribution, to do our duty, but we need things to be more simple. We in LVMH are in a slightly different situation. We need consistency, which means first we have to acknowledge that neutrality, the neutrality notion, as you said earlier, as reminded Valérie Masson-Delmotte, is a notion that belongs to the planet. So it belongs to the states. A company can only be a contributor. We can bring our contribution, but we won't be the engine here. We won't be the locomotive. I'm quite uncomfortable with the way some perceive this neutrality notion, because we are convinced that what we have to do, first things first, is reduce our greenhouse gases emissions. So the frameworks that you've shown, the ACT initiative and the Carbon 4 works, give the possibility to be far more rigorous from that point of view. First, reduce first, and then check within your value chains, whether there are compensation, a certain degree of compensation to do. But first, in our financial strategy, we have to finance projects, external compensation projects, but that's not taken into account within the reduction calculation. So I think we should be aligned from that point of view, because at the end, first we won't meet the objectives that we are aiming at obtaining in terms of Paris Agreement, because these are the objectives we are trying to meet, and then the public opinion can get mad at us, because there will be no consistency between our says and our do's, which is why I called upon people 2 days ago during a conference I called upon other companies to be far more rigorous when it comes to measurement, and especially when it comes to scope 3 measurement, which less concerns you less than us, but it's 94% of our footprint, and the scope 3 is not stabilized. It is a very complex one, because scope 3 means it's carbon dioxide emissions that come from the consumer side, that bought our product, like with cars, for instance. So inside APE, we should have several companies that would work together with scientists for a normalization, a standardization of the scope 3 standard. Well, it's 83% of my footprint. Oh, so there is some gas over there. Yes, clearly, yeah. Well, when it comes to OPE, what's the perception? What's your insight when it comes to NZI? Are you committed or less so? Well, it clearly falls within the continuity of our work. Once we've understood, when we have allowed our members get a precise idea about where we are aiming to, the only thing we need, the only thing it takes is tools. So these tools, like the ACT initiative, allows you to make this step and to identify within your strategy, within your orientation, within your operations, what you should change, which is why we told all our members to take part in trainings, workshops, which are a great thing, because it allows you to make sure that the standards are operational at the end of the day, and it's a key criterion to see whether things are to work, whether it makes sense. It was very interesting from that point of view. It has to be operational. It has to be science-based, to use an English buzzword, but an important one, and it has to be relevant and recognized as such by other companies. And we did meet the 3 criteria from that point of view, and that's fine. But now a challenge is showing up, and it's a bit of a transversal, because it falls within the 3. It's the international aspect, the international scale, because where we see too many standards, where we would lack standards back in the years. So there is a lack of consistency from that point of view, and there's a bit of a competition, like in other domains, between the Anglo-Saxon approach and the more Latin continental approach, and that's a pity. I think it is what's one of the challenges for tomorrow. Would be good to bring together the English-speaking world expertise and the French-speaking world expertise. We are good in France when it comes to the engineer side of things, but now when it comes to communication, to marketing, the English-speaking world is better than we are. So instead of fighting with each other, we should start cooperating even better than we do. I think companies have their role to play, like OPE as well, where throughout supporting partners, throughout networks, and that's what we are trying to do with our little but safe hands, using the back door a bit, but doing our best. Thank you. 3 minutes left. 2 minutes-ish. 3. Thank you. Great. So in 3 minutes' time, we've talked about the standardization, harmonization, competition when it comes to information centralization. The European Community, the ICRD, has been working with this very double materiality approach that is fully ignored by the English-speaking world for now. There is the ISSB that has been recently created. There is the British said the transition commitments would become mandatory for their companies. So there is something happening in terms of standardization. There is normalization, standardization, harmonization, and regulation. So I'd like to know what's your approach, what's your position as companies, as people, and as people who run companies when it comes to whether we are now encouraging normative private approaches or more public normative approaches supported by legal frameworks and standard institutions. That's a bit of a long question, I know, but I hope you remember the beginning of it. Yeah, I think when it comes to the context, it's more a geopolitical battle between standards, between the Anglo-Saxon world, Europe, the rest of Europe, or Europe, and China. So it's a three-part, three characters theatre play. So what's to happen now? I think lots of initiatives have shown up within the EU with the legal tool you were talking about. But nationally speaking, France, for example, has started thinking and acting, but now collectively we have to go about it, and that's what we are trying to do as companies. I'm sometimes criticized by some of my colleagues during certain roundtables. It's not always as pleasant as here and now, but it happens. I'm having a good time defending this position anyway. Miss Edouard has also tried to implement something that reminds a possible benchmark with common indicators in order to standardize, to harmonize the non-financial performance of companies. And I think, sorry to be a bit outspoken, but I think that the 40 biggest companies in France should organize their roundtable and defend this position, because we have different points of views between companies that we represent. But should one ministry, being accountable for these topics, try to come up with a common vision with the 40 biggest companies in France, perhaps could our voice be heard far away beyond French borders, perhaps, or in whole France at least, because what's showing up now is the same thing at FRS 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. It's exactly the same thing. I don't belong to the anymore to the 40 biggest companies in France, let me remind you. And I'm sorry about that, but I agree with you. There is a sovereignty, an energy sovereignty degree in these standards. I'm quite impressed when it comes to what happens in terms of taxonomy, because one of these topics we deal with is to stop talking about non-financial performances as if they were not important because not financial. So because it is important, sustainability means, will your company still exist in 100 years? You won't, but your company might. So you have to link sustainability and finance. But we don't know whether it will be operational in 50 years. There are different taxonomies, the English-speaking world, the EU, the China, Russia. We talk and think differently, yeah. Do you want to open the debate as a representative of... well, this harmonization topic is a big one for everybody, but you do need all the players that are willing to work and commit. For the SMEs, you need other tools that can become standards in the future, but not for now. I would like to draw your attention upon the French business tool tablet. We didn't catch the name, but the aim is to get a simple approach. It's about research and development investments amount in order to not only go about research and development, but meet transition, adaptation, mitigation, and decarbonation goals. So you get these amounts year after year. It gives you the possibility to perform a real follow-up. And of course, the 40 biggest companies in France can be treated as an example, but you can also measure the SMEs' performances, provided you use other tools, of course. So it's a mix between a simplified voluntary approach, a simplified voluntary legal framework. Should it be common? Yes? All right. Great. Thank you very much. I would like you to give a round of applause to Karine de Boisesson, David Laurent, Hélène Valade. I would like to invite now the participants of the next round table, the round table number 2, that will be moderated by César Dugas. Cécile Texier is Vice President Sustainability and CSR. Alstom. Gilles Vermaux-Desroches sent us a short video together with an apology for his non-being with us today. And Rodrigo Barana avoided greenhouse gases emissions, carbon 4.
Super.
Great. So, what's going to happen now is we're going to talk about avoided emissions. Thank you to, I would like to thank those who have been sitting here earlier, but now I would like us to jump into yet another word named avoided emissions. Why the dickens do we talk about avoided emissions? Since we are supposed to talk about net zero, since as I understand, net zero means you have carbon sinks, you have emissions reductions. What's the place of the avoided emissions within this paradigm? Rodrigo, would you like to tell more about that? Yeah. Well, it's in order to better understand the notion, NZI is a set of references when it comes to reaching neutrality objectives on a global scale. Should we merely keep the company's neutrality notion, we would be limited. But now we try to have a systemic vision so that the avoided emissions have an important place. Plus, the notion to date is not harmonized. What we would like, what we call for, is to propose a framework for us to be all speaking the same language. Cécile, good afternoon. You are Vice President for Sustainability and CSR at Alstom. Thank you for accepting our invitation. First question I'd like to ask is, to what extent our activities in Alstom decarbonate your operations? To what extent your activities accelerate the transition, and how does it translate in figures? Well, when it comes to avoided emissions, we just started working, just like many others. We just started with the A pillar. Our roadmap follows an SBT trajectory, an SBT scenario. Our products contribute to decarbonation, indeed, and we are looking at developing a methodology in order to evaluate, to assess the amount of avoided emissions going towards net zero. Cooperating with you, with Rodrigo, this method isn't finished. We're not out of the woods, but we are still working on it. And the avoided emissions can have two natures. We are working at avoiding throughout a modal transfer. So we supply trains, infrastructure, equipment for trains to be more often used, more and more often, which is preferable from planes and cars, and that's our contribution to the transport shift, to the transport transition. We also have engineers that work a lot and come up with many innovations on an everyday basis. They make trains use less energy. They make us come up with alternative proposals in order not to use gasol, so it brings decarbonation. But what we measure here is not decarbonation within the transport sector, but the contribution to the decarbonation of rail transport. So it's a bit of a double work axis. We measure our contribution, and we also measure what we are providing our customers with, and what are the environmental benefits. We still have some work to do when it comes to defining the method. Quite interesting, because Gilles Vermeau-Desroches, who's supposed to be one of our guests, but couldn't make it, unfortunately, when explaining the way Schneider Electrics see the decarbonation notion, it's exactly what we hear, which means there is an A pillar with a decarbonation strategy, and a strategy that consists upon maximizing the positive impact from the customer side to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions. So the question I would like to ask both of you, but that I will ask you personally, is how can you meet the decarbonation objectives with maximizing with the avoided emissions? How do you conciliate, in a world that is supposed to be net zero, how do you conciliate emissions reduction and growing a virtuous economic activity?
Donc c'est vrai que là, je pense qu'il y a un paradoxe.
There is a paradox that hasn't been solved. We have to put on the market more trains, more locomotives, in order to do more sustainable transport. On the other side, we have to end up by have zero emission, because otherwise we won't reach the objective. So how to reconcile this? I think that you have to address both axes at the same time. So define a trajectory that will allow at the same time to provide more mobility services, sustainable mobility services, and to do less emissions. That's it.
Que finalement, Rodrigo.
As Rodrigo said, the emissions, it's the poor parents of all the existing standards. There is one excellent for the measurement of emissions and for creating the objectives of reduction, and allows to pilot the performance on the C pillar, the segregation of carbon standards that start to see the light, the daylight. There's a lot of actors that want to try to quantify, but there are emissions to avoid. It's also hot or cold. We have an intuition that it's important, but on the other hand, we are so used to see so much greenwashing that we remain very reserved. What is your vision of the standards on emissions to be avoided, or on the creation of a new framework to strengthen this? There's one. The European taxonomy is a very important standard for us. That won't define the way to quantify the emission, but which recognize what are the activities that are sustainable for Alstom and for the train sector, everything that is electrical, whether it's production of rolling stock or signals on the roads, and that has to be electric, and this is considered as an active habilitating activity that will allow to our clients to decarbonate the transport. So this is a standard that is very important, that recognizes the fact that our products will contribute to the decarbonation of transport. So then for the other standards, we define our trajectories as SBTi. It's true that this standard, the question of the emissions to be avoided is not mentioned. What we have to see is our emission scope 3, so we calculate.
Le point positif.
The positive point is that at the level of scope 3 produced for us, the reduction, the trajectory has to be defined in intensity, in CO2 emission by kilometers and passenger. To answer your question, how to reconcile both, we can be SBTi trajectory that will be in reduction from now to 2030, and then we'll try to lower the energetic intensity thanks to other things we can do in terms of economy of energy consumption. So we'll lower this trajectory progressively, but we still can continue to increase the volumes and to continue to sell more trains and more services, because we can be consistent with the SBTI trajectory and continue to develop our offer, provided that these products and services have a decarbonating impact on the upstream, right? So this is the standard that for you can constitute be a very good source of actions. Could you define a green objective? No, we'll get to it. I think companies think about it, and all will think about it very early, very soon. When we're talking about growing of this new scope field, the contribution of the companies on the decarbonization through their projects and services, do you see a particular role that civic society should play? From your point of view, do you think that there are battles about standards, about the regulations, or there are experts like them, or would you have a vision on of that? What I think is that today, even though we have lots of reporting to do, lots of figures we calculate all the time, we don't know the carbon content and the consequences of the decisions we're taking. Even the basic things like coming to Glasgow by train compared to coming to Glasgow by plane, to buy a chair that has been recycled or a normal chair. So we have lots of data. We don't know the consequence in terms of CO2 of the choices that we do. So I think that to reach the ambitions and to go in the direction of a net zero, it is indispensable that each time when we take a decision, whether it's public policy or investments or tenders, and in tenders today, nobody asks us what is the carbon content of a train, right? So I think that other sectors is the same. I think this seems to be basic to ask yourself the thing: what could be the impact, the carbon impact of what you're doing? So to make choices based on facts, based on the science, you have a strength behind in terms of data on which we still have to work. As said before, on the scope 3, we have lots of work to do of the strength of the methods, and the ADEM and SED and the actors that are in the field, they can contribute to the definition of standardized methods, and that will support this decision taken on the basis of strong data. Thank you very much. To finish this panel on decarbonation, we had a video, but we will not have time to see it, but we thank the author for doing it. I would just end up by a question for Rodrigo to open the notion of contribution to the decarbonation of the others. With this, what you're saying, a company through these products and services has a role to play in the projects of avoiding emissions in its value chain. Could you tell us a quick word about how the Net Zero Initiative considers this action? And finally, what is expected from companies on this financement of projects, very useful in terms of mission?
Alors, on a deux manières de...
Okay, we have two ways to contribute to GIEC. The first one is by selling products that will help to decarbonate, like trains or other products of this type, decarbonating products. But not all the organizations propose decarbonating solutions today. Another manner to contribute to the B pillar, the emissions to avoid, is by financing projects about avoiding precisely developing modern housing in developing countries, on renewable energy in quickly growing countries. So these sources are decarbonated, so we can have projects and ambitions, strong ones, on the B pillar. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cécile, for you just said, for your testimony. Thank you, for Rodrigo, for coming back. We can a round of applause, please. I can see that we have 20 minutes left, which gives us time for a discussion with our three next guests on the carbon sinks. So I would like you to welcome Emmanuel Cibla, the climate strategy leader in Decathlon, Philippe Touzolino, director environment of the Orange Group, and Lucas Winkelmann, head of programs at the GERAS. Welcome, welcome. Well, you can take all this equipment. So we did better in terms of parity in this panel. We'll do better next time. I don't think that carbon sinks belong only to men. I think we're going to do something interesting. So finally, thank you. Hello, all the three of you. Thank you for accepting our invitation. So finally, we can start by, because we're talking about the C pillar, carbon sequestration, and the contribution of the companies to the development of sinks. What is your concept on the carbon sequestration? Do you plant trees and that's it? We can see it in many situations, many environmental policies of companies. You have a different way of seeing things. Could you tell us something about your report about carbon sequestration as a company? I will start, but no guarantee to do it in 1 minute. First of all, I would like to get back on the reason of being of Decathlon, the meaning, the sense of our existence. Many companies nowadays have defined missions, and others. The question is what they say really done by the company? This is what does the whole difference. This reason for being, is it part of life of the employees, and is it presented by the shareholders and by the management? We have and we are happy in Decathlon. We have this culture. We really want to be a company that contributes and to take our responsibilities and to make a choice of standards and norms that seem strong and are intellectually honest and that are aligned with science. And this is why, since for long years, we've made the choice of the CDP reporting, on joining NZE as partner, to be a BTI, to be ACT partner, and to follow these standards that seem relevant and strong. Could get back to your question. The minute starts right now. We are not very comfortable with the notion of compensation I mentioned before. That seems for us to be a way to avoid the sense of guilt. The first thing is that there is a physical approach that has been explained by Valérie in the introduction. Today, to emit, you take a plane, you emit CO2 now. It's not the same thing as to take 50 years to sequestrate the carbon that had been emitted during the flight. But there is a risk of in this action. Will this carbon be really were stored for 50 or 100 years? So we have all this physical constraint. There's also this egocentric character of the approach, because when you see the curves that you presented on the beginning about the IPCC, we can see that the proportion of the sequestration compared to the emissions that we have to reduce, we will see there will be no room for everyone. So to have a reasoning that would consist in saying, okay, I will compensate one-to-one the emissions of today, is not maintainable at the planetary scale. There is also a risk of greenwashing, as you know. Now we're talking net zero, everything is net zero, train, plane. But what is masked by this compensation is that we don't talk about sobriety anymore. Well, this is the first driver to solve the equation. And when you see the curve of the in the curves you have presented, it's above all sobriety and direction at the basis. So we are not comfortable with this notion of compensation. Philippe, in your opinion, do you agree with what Manuel has just said?
Vous m'entendez mieux?
No? Okay, sorry about that. We don't like the compensation notion, as it has been said, because it's a bit of conscience washing, not to say greenwashing. You know, I'm here for the telecommunication international agency. We've come up with standards in order to have a central recommendation and Paris Agreement compliance methods. It gives you a trajectory, a path down which you are supposed to go together with scientists working on a database, working upon P2, the P2 scenario. So there is a pathway for each sector. And we have milestones for 2025, 2030, 2035 with objectives to be met in order to be compliant with the trajectory. And we can be audited from that point of view. So now that we have a toolkit, it's a standard created by the ITU. 197 countries are members, the Chinese among others, and everybody is a player over there, which is why Asvitia has they would lack this kind of methodology, these kind of tools that we are using, so that we apply this methodology with audits in order to really reduce every scope. The scope 3 being, in our case, the main source of emissions. We manage the services that we provide our customers with, but the big part of the scope 3 is fabrication, is production. Like for Apple, for example, it's quite difficult to discuss with them. It's a fierce debate for them to be net zero, to cooperate with us. So once you've got this methodology, you have prerequisites. You have prerequisites that are sine qua non, that you can't avoid, and you won't make zero. You also have a limit underneath which you can't go. It's your minimum. You won't be zero, right? So now, bearing that in mind, you have to take out from the atmosphere some carbon dioxide. It's a carbon sink policy, within which policy you have to say that it's an additionality. So these carbon sinks have to be additional. Saying, because there are 163 businesses, that we have to contribute to the CDNs of the countries where you are operating, while building carbon sinks in different countries. They have to benefit the CDNs in these countries. We have to see what are the critical commitments in the countries, and we do the same thing for, it's our NDCs, not CDNs, NDCs, in Senegal, in Jordania, etc., in order to get into this energy mix additionality, to help them meet their objectives. The idea being, while performing sequestration, you have to store physically speaking, but it has to be additionality based. The common link between you is that you are putting the church back in the middle of the village, as we say in French, prioritizing, putting things that should be important at the very center. You know what? During a panel, it's very often you talk with 3 different persons. Talking to you, I have the feeling that I do already talk to 3 different persons, because you have 3 different positions in 3 different organizations, and behind these three identities, there are lots of others, because you are managing many teams. Lots of questions that I could ask you. The first one being, perhaps, how do you, as a project manager,
And as a member of such an alliance, do you see the relations between companies that can finance projects? Do you have particular expectations towards them? And could you tell a word about the way the compensation market is evolving when it comes to new demands, to the reintroducing of the carbon credit thing? From the other side of the mirror, what's your insight? Okay, thank you. That's many identities, many responsibilities. I try to keep my head above water. But when it comes to the development projects, we try to put many projects, and it's not only about sequestration projects, but also about protection and development projects, so that we try to have all these topics in mind, not looking only at carbon and decarbonation, but also keeping an eye on biodiversity, sustainability, and climate solidarity, in order to make sure that our project allow populations to get a minimum living standard while not crossing the environmental roof limit, okay, in order to be fighting for both for human beings and for the climate. That's the way, the road down which we've been walking in our company. We also have an information platform that's financed by the ADEM. It's compensation related. And that's why we try to bear an exhaustive vision of the market. There are more and more credits being sold and certified. It has been so for a couple of years, especially when it comes to forests. The amount of forest projects that have been certified has doubled. These are restoration, avoided deforestation projects, or forest management projects. We witnessed the same thing in France. We've performed a survey in France to see what kind of projects are more financed than the others, and what we notice is that 60% of all the credits come off projects related with forests. So it's a huge opportunity for project managers, for French companies, French PMs that are fighting for the low carbon strategy and objectives. It's a huge responsibility, but as you were saying, the question is to see what communication accompanies the transition. I have understood that we don't talk about compensation, but about reduction. It's getting more and more developed, but there are still practices that remain a bit, nearly offside. In fact, we don't talk about greenwashing, but about tree washing. When you see every car you buy is a planted tree, it sounds great, but it doesn't really match with reality, and it makes people think that planting trees is a miracle solution, and that buying cars is a miracle solution. It's not that simple. But as project developers, as development projects managers, we come across projects that optimize the carbon balance without cliches, not saying about planting whatever, wherever. I'd like to mention the fact that the objectives change over time sometimes, and it's quite difficult to be competitive. The carbon price is around $4 or $5 for a carbon dioxide ton, so it's quite tricky to bear and push a development project in that context. It takes lots of time, lots of energy. So it's a double expectation, in fact, communication-wise, from the side of those who finance, and an expectation from the side of the credits themselves, in order to maximize the eco benefits and to reduce as it gets the carbon footprint. Okay, Emmanuel, Philippe, have you got any tips in order to know what kind of projects should we finance? How do you develop your sourcing strategy when it comes to carbon sequestration projects? Have you got... Yes, when it comes to Orange,
perform feasibility assessment, we don't work with finance groups. We discuss directly with local project managers, with experts, with NGOs, like Mr. Chala, who helped us out when it comes to carbon 4. And what we try to do is to come up with a real social impact in terms of trainings, in terms of employment, of qualifications, building, in terms of biodiversity, protection. So it's not only about decarbonation. The decarbonation project has to bear other non-carbon related, non-decarbonation related benefits for people, for the economic activity, and for biodiversity. We also need indicators to be met in the scope of biodiversity, how to replace eco-organisms, etc. So within these feasibility studies, we want to have these 3 topics on table in order to see how we can contribute to meeting all of them. So we follow these indicators. We have led a survey with LDC. It's a cabinet that works upon impacts on biodiversity, and we took a look on our impact on biodiversity in order to see how we can contribute to restoring biodiversities that might have been destroyed by our activities. We don't reach zero, but you know, if you destroy something with your right hand, you have to be rebuilding, restoring with your left hand. This is the idea. So we finance without looking for the cheapest price for a carbon dioxide ton, because we'll have a hard time trying to give jobs to people who have lost them with the lowest carbon prices, and you know, it's all related. It all comes together. So it's more around 25 euros per ton of carbon dioxide than 4 or 5. That's for the benefit of the ecosystem. So in terms of financement, this is what we see. And yes, it's about this global compliance. Last thing, how do we try to do it in the countries where we operate? Namely, we engage our employees. We want our employees to be contributors, and they're willing to do so. They're interested in those matters. During the weekends, they get involved in associations, they plant trees, they contribute to biodiversity protection, to endangered species protection, even during their free time, their spare time. Great, thank you. Emmanuel? Well, I think when it comes to Decathlon, we are doing worse than Orange if it comes to the aspects you were mentioning, but I wanted to share a couple of reflections. We used to have a quite ambitious when it comes to scope 3, but now we are taking a few steps back, basing on a study we've led together with Carbon 4. The obstacles that we identified are first linked with the A pillar. The C pillar we have to tackle in order to address our emissions, the residual emissions that are to fall with time. But that's not the case now for BTI-related reasons, just like with Alstom, which means the trajectory is validated intensity, economic intensity-wise, but that doesn't allow our residual emissions to go down with time because of the growth of the general growth. So the emissions are not going down on the big picture in absolute terms. So now, if we look at the C pillar project, we see that we have an issue with the natural solutions on the market. When we have more than 10,000 carbon dioxide tons to get every year, it's quite difficult to find projects if you have a certain level of expectations from that matter, linked not only with sequestration, but also with making sure it has no negative impact on biodiversity, on socio-economic indicators. We're also trying to look for the link with the value chain. Might be about regenerating ecosystems that are linked with our supply chain when it comes to natural fibers, for instance, in our case. It's about finding that kind of projects, and we are having a hard time with it because it's quite difficult. When it comes to technology, we have contacts with Thanks for the Planet, but these technologies are developing, they're not available, they're not usable, they're not operational for now. So the amount of money that are associated, if you look for projects that are already constructed together with the value chain and qualitative projects, well, it's not 4 or 5 euros per ton, it's more 24, 25. So the amounts of money are quite significant. The periods on which we are, through which we are to be committed are quite long because we are more into capex than opex. So it means you take commitments on natural solutions that have to be preserved for more than 50 years, which is a quite long term. So that reflection, this global reflection around sequestration allows you to come back to this pillar, take a look at it, and say, okay, we won't repair downstream a method that is not by itself sustainable. So you go back to the A pillar and you see how you can come up with a business model that will be compliant.
And that's exactly the French approach. The number of things that we're able to develop by 2050, and as a mirror to deduct residual emissions, and not the opposite. This shows that the C pillar may be not the way to hide the things, but to ask good questions on the transformation of business model in a world of neutral in terms of carbon. Thank you for your speeches. I think we are slightly late, and I think it's time to conclude this side event. So great thanks to Emmanuel Philippe for the testimonies. And I'll pass the floor to Romain so he says a conclusion.
All speakers for today. I think if you can join, I think with this event we have supporting the idea of what should be a carbon neutrality for corporate and private sector, and I would like to invite Michael Hugman from Children Investment Fund Foundation to conclude this event. Maybe for you, this guy is completely an unknown guy, but actually the Children Investment Fund Foundation is supporting a lot of climate action initiative all around the world, and I guess it's really interesting to have its perspective on to conclude this event. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. A bit of a mystery why a children's foundation is here speaking at COP26. In fact, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation this year will commit grants of around $300 million to climate action around the world, making us one of the 2 biggest funders of philanthropic work on climate change. We support a whole range of initiatives. We fund CDP, who many of you know, disclosing emissions data, SBTI. We're hoping to support more actively the ACT framework. We work with central banks through the NGFS. We supported the creation of the International Sustainability Standards Board. The reason we're doing all of this work on climate finance is for a very simple reason, that as a children's foundation, we all know, although it's not discussed enough here at COP, that for children in the developing world, climate change is already becoming the single biggest challenge that they face, and millions of children are already facing drought, malnutrition, environmental pollution, forced migration as a result of climate change. And unfortunately, the reality, I mean, we've heard from a few companies today who are leaders, and from France, which in itself is a leader, But the reality is that the vast majority of companies and financial institutions are failing completely to take action on climate change. We know that emissions need to be falling by 7% a year, and emissions are rising. More than 35% of emissions globally come directly from companies. They're Scope 1 and Scope 2. When you add in Scope 3, probably more than 80% of emissions related directly to private companies. Private financial institutions finance somewhere between 60 and 80% of global emissions. We don't know the exact number because the vast majority of them do not bother to collect the data. And amazingly, their regulators in our central banks don't bother to ask them to do that. And unfortunately, this is indicative of the fact that at the moment, 2050 commitments and the vast majority of the speeches and announcements we've heard at COP so far are largely meaningless. 2050 net zero targets on their own are greenwashing, certainly when they come from companies and when they come from financial institutions. Voluntary arrangements are very important for creating momentum, for creating norms, but on their own they just don't work. We need disclosure not only of emissions but of action, short-term action plans by companies, by financial institutions, and it needs to be mandatory. Governments need to make it mandatory. They need the disclosure of emissions, the plans of companies and the performance of companies and financial institutions, because ultimately to hit the Paris goals we are going to have to regulate and tax all institutions, public and private, much more than we're doing now. We think as a foundation, and I think a lot of civil society and many of our partners in the climate community, many of them couldn't get to Glasgow, many of them couldn't get to the UK, the ones that could be here, most of them couldn't get inside the blue zone. But I think what people are expecting now is to see very concrete, very specific, detailed action. So a lot of the initiatives we support, we're trying to create a common idea of short-term climate action plans. We need to include short-term targets. We've heard that mentioned. We need to have all scopes. And we realize that a lot more work needs to be done to support the measurement of Scope 3. And philanthropy is going to work to invest in more work there, particularly with CDP. We need to phase out fossil fuels in line with the IEA. It's not acceptable that initiatives like GFANZ will not commit to that. We know what needs to happen. The science is very clear. We need to understand the linkages of executive compensation, of business strategy. We need to understand what companies are doing about their lobbying, their CapEx, their R&D, supply chains. Deforestation is obviously a growing issue. Offsets are extremely important. We've had a really, I think, a real and great discussion actually here today, and I really commend you all for making that happen. CIF is supporting a UK government-backed framework called VCMI, the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, which will develop standards around which companies can make claims around the use of offsets and how those claims can be made and marketed. There is another initiative, ICVCM, which is looking at standardizing the science behind the supply of offsets. And ultimately, we're going to need independent audit of that information. We're going to need annual reporting to shareholders and to governments in order to drive action. We're going to need assessment of those plans, and philanthropy is going to create and invest a lot in scaling the organizations that we have that are working on this. And actually, we see the ACT framework as absolutely essential component of that. And I think we and other philanthropy are going to very actively promote ACT as being a critical tool. I think what we're going to find as we start to grade large numbers of companies is that the vast majority of them are failing, and financial institutions. The World Benchmarking Alliance, who partners with ACT, assessed 100 oil and gas companies globally. I mean, I forget exactly, but I think the best score was a C. You know, companies at the top were scoring around 35%. It was a very clear picture of complete failure of the oil and gas industry to even get close to aligning with Paris. Companies that reported 7% of CapEx in low carbon. The Paris Agreement requires 80% of CapEx to be in low carbon technologies. And I think this is what this is going to reveal is a massive gap in human capacity. We need to support training. It's going to reveal huge gaps in our science and our understanding, and we as philanthropy need to invest in that. And it's going to make it very clear to governments and to voters that we need to regulate all industries much more aggressively than we're doing so now. We need that regulation. We're going to need shareholders to step up. We fund a lot of work to support shareholders, other kinds of investors to push their companies to do that. We need activism. We're going to need everybody to become activists, and we're going to need to train and enable all of our colleagues across the private and public sector to do that. I've talked a little bit in terms of how we get there, about the investments that philanthropy can make and we will make in more data, in methodologies for Scope 3, supply chains, work that we'll do with governments. But we also need regulation. And I want to finish very briefly just by highlighting what I think is a very positive momentum from last week. 3 announcements, many of you will have seen them. The first from the UK government, which is going to initiate a task force that is going to develop detailed short-term climate action plan framework, sector by sector, working with experts, and I hope including colleagues working as part of ACT. And that's going to be mandatory. It's going to be mandatory for all listed companies and financial institutions in the UK to disclose those plans or to explain why they can't provide the detail. We saw, and you mentioned on an earlier panel, the formation of the International Sustainability Standards Board, and through the IFRS, that will ultimately create a global standard for disclosure of those same plans. And I think we will all work very hard, and I think Karine and others have mentioned this, to make sure those initiatives harmonize. So we're getting less frameworks that you all have to report into. And finally, some of you will have seen the Secretary General in his speech on Monday indicated the formation of a high-level expert panel to look at the net zero claims of all non-state actors, including private companies and financial institutions. And I think that's ultimately going to be the pathway through frameworks like the IFRS in reporting, the BIS and BCSB in banking and insurance, through the ISO, which I was pleased to see was mentioned, potentially through WTO and OECD, to really create a global harmonization and a global move to regulation. Because ultimately, if we're going to cut emissions by 7% a year through the end of this decade, we're going to need that kind of architecture. And I think what's been wonderful is I think many of the colleagues that we've heard from today, leading companies, colleagues at ADEM and working on the ACT framework, I think will be very central to turning the pioneering work you've done into those regulatory frameworks, so we start to see thousands of companies follow your lead and actually start to cut emissions. So that's the message, and I would just take the opportunity to say that I think France needs to move very quickly to follow the UK in also setting a process to make the disclosure of climate action plans mandatory in detail as part of French law, and we'd look forward to working with the French government on that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Thanks a lot to the panelists, and thanks to the audience for this side event. Thank you for all the people behind the glass. They are really struggling, some technical issues, so you did a great job. Thanks a lot, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Canal français, ceci est le canal français. Et voilà le canal français maintenant. Canal français. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test micro, canal français. M'entendez-vous sur le canal français? Allô, allô, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Canal français.